That's funny. All right, are we back up? Let me check. Uh, all right, it's back up. Damn. Yo, how come they didn't clap me before? Here, let me put it in Discord. Do you still want to watch it or not? You just watch it live. All right. Oh my god, that's so whack. All right. So we definitely dropped past that level right there. Those 84s were nice. I wish I would have picked one up because I seen it for like 35. I was watching it since it was like 30, 35. And I don't know why I didn't buy it. I should have bit. Even if I just would have got one, and then just managed that one, that would have been cool. Because things hurt when it's like shit start hurting when you have like multiple of a contract. So if you have like five or something and you bought it for 25 and it goes down to 23, like that shit stacks. That's fucking, but if it was just one, it wouldn't hurt, and it's easier to hold, and you can hold longer, and there's a lot more things you can do, because it just depends on the risk. And I should have bought it. I knew I should have bought it. I think it went up to like $2, 250 or something like that. That's 684. Uh, yeah, I picked up a call back here at the 682 when we hit that low. I bought another call back here at the 683 area. Got rid of it. Bought it. Bought a different one. Probably not the same one. Probably a different one because now we're on a new level. So that's another thing too. Whenever you go down a level, you everything is going down a level as well. So even if you have other calls or puts that you bought out, that's why you got to take your time on these calls, man. Like on these nakeds, got to be real patient. You do just one, and then when you were in the momentum, that's when you add on. They call me Bubble Boy. That's the market. I like Ryan Gosling. The the Jive or Jolts, they canceled Jolts. Mm. You're talking about on Tuesday, right? You're talking about tomorrow's report or Thursday report? Tuesday report. Mm. Oh, he's talking more. I don't even know where that's coming from. Hmm. That sucks, man. How can we watch the documentary, but we couldn't watch this? Oh wow, look at that. More. That's not. I don't know if this is good going into. Wow, those 84s, so sick, so sick. Mm. Wow, I wish you were watching this movie. It's crazy. Whatever move this is going to pale in comparison to Wednesday. Like Wednesday is a day where no matter what, you're going to make money. You take $100, buy calls and puts on either side, and then just wait. You're that $100, that $50 is going to be way more than that $100. It just depends on where you put it. Like it's not about being wrong or right. You know, it's about being there. So it's a little bit more expensive, but when you do the math on how much the contracts that you purchase are, it's like what the fuck? You just bought a contract for $30 and it's $200. What other what other contract are you buying in contrast that's more than fucking $200? Like, no, the other contract you're buying is going to be, if you're buying a call for 30, you're buying that put for like 35, you know, yeah, like 35, so that's total $65. So no matter what, that $65 is about to turn into fucking $300. You dig it? So that's how that's how you have to look at it. Someone asked me the other day, "Yo, are you in a call and put?" Well, yeah, I do have a call and I do have a put. Well, that's why. Now I don't have to gamble and say, "Hey, which way do I have to be right?" You know, and it's just a I think it's called a strangle. Yeah, yeah, you're just writing a strangle. That's all, and it's nothing wrong with that. You just got to just price it out the right way. Hmm. You have a great day. That's fine. The gator in the pool. That's funny. Oh, the irony. I'm watching The Big Short, and the market is falling. Well, not falling, but dropping. Hmm. 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 Are you still in here? No. Hmm. What a way to explain that. You get the ice cream, you get the fudge, you get the cone. It's I get the sprinkles now and the cherry later, but you get the sundae. Some people don't understand that. Like you just can't get the whole ice cream and offer me what? The napkin that I gave it to you in? No. Oh gosh, I wish we could watch this movie on freaking stream. Okay, why? Don't know why. Hmm. Yo! Mm. 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 She knows she's lying. SPY is a joke. Isn't that crazy? Now, I didn't see this. I didn't see this. I thought we were going to do, of course, the opposite. I was looking for a pump before the sell, or I mean, now are we going to sell before the pump? They have a Nobu now. Yeah, Vegas like 10 years ago was awesome. Sheesh. I used to go to Vegas a lot for work. I went there for play one time. I mean, I played when I went down there for work too, but I think I've been to Vegas maybe like 10 times. After 10 times, I just went down there to party, like strictly party one time, I think. Hmm. He said he did that. He did that and he took the call. That's so sick. Did I go shooting? I didn't shoot in Vegas. Did I ever go shoot in Vegas? No, I went shooting in Texas, and of course at home. At home, we shoot all types of stuff. We're low key hillbillies, black hillbillies. Sheesh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. right now we're seeing some upside. Yeah, they're derivatives. That's the correlation. It's a derivative. And this is what they do to the option contracts like every day. And this is why you have to pay attention to the option contracts because of shit like this. And this is exactly what this is. Oh shit. The prices of those contracts are starting to fluctuate. Oh wow, went to zero. Damn. Mm. Shit. $5 trillion disappeared. How does $5 trillion disappear? 8 million people lost their jobs, 6 million people lost their home, and that was just in the USA. That's sick. Oh, you gotta pee.
buff the damage of that. So
yo, when did this happen? 1228.
Ammo because your life can't be changed.
Yo.
But this patch note here guts this interaction entirely. So I don't really think people are going to be using, the last month anymore. It actually got quite expensive because of this one build and this one niche use and interaction. And because of that, it was actually kind of cool if you got one, especially if you got one that was exceptional to drop or something like that. It actually could be a pretty good payout as sort of a niche, unique item. But this has now been gutted. Okay, so one more honorable mention here, which is the Vertex equipment and skill gems.
Wow.
50% reduced attribute requirements.
Yeah, all put.
Now either have
all right.
Requirements from like equipment.
You said NVIDIA news, bro. They can sell H20 chips to China. My calls are going crazy. Oh, wow. That's sick. That's what that news was about? Damn, yep. Yep. I see my calls, yeah. Oh, wow. I wish I would have seen that. I wish I would have seen this. This was at 115. Fuck, I wish I would have seen that. My calls went stupid. Yeah, they went up a lot. I see. Wow. Mm. So there's gonna be a an interview today. Ooh. Trump's urgent address from the White House. Uh, I think we already seen this. That's nothing. What is this move in a grand scheme of things? 12-2, just big liquidity grab. Almost took this whole thing out right here too. Damn, this thing sold off all day. That's crazy. Yeah, we're going up. Oh, no, there it goes. Turning right there. I was looking at the puts. All right, I'm back. This thing does not want to stay up today. Bigger event will crash the stock markets before Christmas. Power hour. Last push of the day. This thing's been dropping all day. You see how the whew. You can definitely hear the snobbery in the different Path of Exile content creators. You can hear the difference between the rock stars and like the regular people. Well, no, okay, I'm talking about one person honestly because DM knows what's up. DM knows he is lucky as fuck, and he's not jaded. This other guy, he's jaded. Ghazi's jaded, and like you be hearing Rex like fucking putting him in his place and shit because Rex is like real grateful and like he knows he's lucky and shit. Ghazi can know that too, but you can hear the Ghazi's not weird towards the uh the people or anything. The stream is just you can hear his rock star tendencies. Wow, I did okay today so far. I could have done better, but yeah. Wow, what a drop. So he can do pause. He can do pause, 25 cut, no cut, 50 cut, 75 cut. The big probability is on a 25. 25 and 50.
All right, while we're stalling for Grind Gear Games, I want to hear from all 3,000 or so people in the chat. What are you guys leagues starting? Give me your class and skill or vibe. I know what I'm going. I know what I'm going. Easily. All right. So the warrior was trying to lead me astray. All right. But I know the way. Druid. Bear druid. Fire everywhere. Maximum vibes. And I bet I'll probably slip into wolf because wolf looks pretty sick. Oracle Chaos Dragon.
I know. I'm going Oracle. I'm going Wyvern.
Templar.
Yo, Rich. I thought
farmers.
I wasn't muted. Are you? Do you want to listen to this?
Chat.
You want to listen to the interview?
Okay.
Because I'm going to listen to the interview no matter what. I'll just keep stream up.
Spin to win.
It's going to be a 2-hour interview, so it's going to be from like 3 to 5.
With spin to win, Pathfinder. Is Pathfinder the new meta ascendancy? My dad was telling me how Pathfinder is the new meta ascendancy. He said he's going to go Lightning Arrow Pathfinder. Is that what the people are theory crafting about? Oh my god. My dad just cannot help himself. He just has to go the most busted thing. Ranger Wolf, Lightning Stormweaver all the way. Do you want to come say hi, Kitty? Do you want to come say hi? I got a message on Discord. Oh, it's not GGG. Uh-oh.
Nvidia, yeah, I seen that spike. That's crazy to 187. Yeah, I was watching the joint when that happened. And then I looked at my calls, and my calls like they went kind of crazy. They went kind of crazy.
Ah, good to know. Good to know. Oh, a shout out from Arrow. I appreciate that, my man. Thanks for the super chat. I do not have any plans on asking about the layouts in the campaign. I'm sorry, I don't have any questions planned for that. The music name, this is Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, The Reacher. It's the Vers la Samet track. It's one of the side areas, Claire Obscure. It's pretty sick. Do I have plans about asking shape-shifting ascendancy for Druid? I do. I have my Unga Bunga question. Shaman, cool. Oracle, cool. Doesn't vibe with me. Where's my Unga Bunga shape-shifting class? All right. All right. Should be starting pretty soon here, guys. Here, I'm turning off Twitch alerts. Where are the Twitch alerts? They are... Why can I never find them? There they are. Alerts are off. Music stays on until I get a message. Oh, yeah. Have we run ads on Twitch? Okay, yeah, we're running them right now. Ads are running. Thank you. Thanks, Mods. Thank you. Oh. Okay. I have a new question. While we stall here. Were you guys a fan of Druid Butt more or at Zeri Butt? Type Druid butt for Druid butt at Zeri butt for at Zeri butt. Let's go. Come on.
God.
I need to hear the people.
God, try.
Let's see. Let's take a look. Butt is butt at Zeri butt.
Butt is butt.
Butts
butt
are
is
butts.
not butt.
Okay. This. Okay. All right. I'm seeing lots of different answers here.
Carvana
Yes.
trading like a scam.
Lots of
That's so
different
funny.
answers. Right? You can't fix that Zeri, man. She's got some crazy lore. Did you know? Let's do lore facts while we wait. Did you know Queen at Zeri causing the cataclysm and communing with the beast is, I think it's the only historical event that is present on all the different timelines of Rayclass. Pretty sick, right? Oh, got a message. All right, we're gonna. It looks like we're gonna start right at 3. Okay, we got 7 minutes to go. Okay.
684 close.
Ah. Yep, we're starting right at 3 o'clock. All right, so we got 6 minutes, guys.
Why
Thanks for
so
the
much
shout out,
the
DM. I
farmers
appreciate it, man.
closed? Oh, so they put the money.
Do we reverse shout out? Can we do that? Whoop. Got to move that a little bit. Go. I take your shout out and I raise it with my shout out. Although we do not have as many viewers as you do. All right. So let's see. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff, guys. We got a lot of stuff here. Somebody is in the document. I don't know who is in the document. Are the mods in the document? Oh my goodness. Big question from chat. Do I plan on finishing the campaign in 0.4? I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Come on, inevitable. Embarrassed. Short ES to
we all know I've never
Wednesday.
finished the PoE 2 campaign.
Easy money.
Oh, it's not
I don't know.
immortalized on YouTube many times over. What? Here's a better question. Will I find Arbiter Citadels before level 93 this league? I think that's the better question. I really hope I can find some Arbiter Citadels before level 93. That's my one wish, okay? I hope my Atlas seed is great. Okay? That's what I want. Mirror drop this? I do not play enough to get a mirror drop now. No, there's no way. You need to visit the monolith to start the Citadel quest. Dude, I did. I did finish the... No, there's no... No. No, 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 no. Can we romance at Ziri in 0.4? Maybe that's a secret if you're a particular ascendancy. Gemling Legionnaire. Hi, Gazi. Say hi to the wifey. She is out with the kids right now. I have the home to myself. I can yell as loud as I'd like. Do I plan on completing Act 1? All right. All right. One sec, guys. Jonathan's calling. Let me mute this. Hello, hello. Great. I have you muted right now.
All right. We have.
What's going on here? Why did I not have
So I was looking at the 660s is our gap.
Let me grab you for a sec. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. How you doing today?
CB and CG, your fucking job. Bring on Tomley. All right, so we're gonna look out for updates, and we're gonna listen to this interview because we definitely want to do both.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Do you have a short commute, or do you have a long one? Oh, that's nice.
They're chopping it up.
Good. All right, let me carve you up, and we'll get right started. There we go. Close chat as well, because it's flying. All right, we're going to do an audio test, and we'll get going. There you go. Oh, all right. I just enabled your audio. You should be good to go. All right. All good. All right. How does he sound?
Yeah, hopefully everyone thinks it sounds all right. I've got my microphone just propped up on a box here, so hopefully it's, you know, I don't have a good audio setup in my, at home.
We cannot hear. We cannot hear. Good, good. Okay, they're good. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good? All right. All right. I think we are good to go then. Sweet. All right. I will do a little bit louder. All right. I'll do a little bit louder. I'll do it via Discord. Right here. All right. All right. Give me one more test for chat.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on PoE2.
All right. Perfect. All right. All right. I'll do a silly YouTube intro and we'll hop right into it, man. Thank you for doing this as always. It's always a pleasure.
No problem.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rogers, to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update that ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about, you know, more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like, one of the big things that we, like, you know, that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and, you know, change to the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about like, if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like, you know, things where we're like, you know, we're unhappy with, you know, the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. Yeah, but in terms of like content, those would usually be for the, you know, the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense and expected from me. Then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, Okay, he has this
Mm-hmm.
new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets so you can juice your maps a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now, the Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss. You have to go
Right.
out from the middle of the Atlas, you got to find the
Mm-hmm.
citadels, and I got to say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the burning monolith, and they will
Mm-hmm.
not find the Arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing
Right.
content?
So I think that in 031 we did. I can't remember whether it was in 031 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the like the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but the plan is to like. I mean, one of the things we want to do when we're improving the end game is we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for like the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that like for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The sort of the challenge part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type, you have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on, what we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if like if people know exactly how this works, but um, uh, there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and
Okay.
within one of those, we do guarantee uh, uh, actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter, like out of one in every two macro blocks, and like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You
Yeah.
don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing
Sure, I
the
mean that can
market
happen
and
as well,
stuff
of
like
course.
that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said,
I think
streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that what the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay. A few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here.
Hmm.
There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas since that's,
Hmm.
so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the Zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so
Right.
this is something that I can now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so and I basically, honestly, at this point, I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern. So we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like it's not like too bad or anything. And people do want it. So yeah, if as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Val, the actual temple. Do
Mhm.
you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things
Um,
right now?
I don't usually,
Okay.
but in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then yeah, I did get a bit involved in the performance work. Like, what one of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff, and it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like let's try to work out some kind of coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So one of the, I mean, if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like one of what we did previously, we like when you're rendering the game, you've got like and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a like a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start putting things in there, and then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then of course there was also just other optimizations, just like hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff. That I just kept on pounding people. Like no, we need to fix this. We need to fix this. And there's one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
yeah, there's
PC,
certainly thing, but,
so it's awesome.
But there's still a lot more to do. Like I know, like just even looking at what we've got, like there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like, just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, that kind of thing. Where it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it's doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right, that particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the, it's like, it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something, which, is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time. And now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. That was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with the that I added that long ago, and so it's kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah, I mean, we've got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. Massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to PoE2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE2's end game is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP, we have the inability to use tablets on map nodes, we lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die, and now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment, but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, want to chat about. And effectively, that one, it is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't. You'd just be able to do that. Now, in PoE2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal. And here, what we want to do is actually make the end game ladder competitive, and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like, there needs to be an element of like, you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100. And I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing. But like, we've never seen it that way, because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, you know. Like if you're talking about like, you know, like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those,
Yes.
a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you you know, have a thing where yeah, you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to like, you know, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. You know, and like, to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing.
Right.
So I mean, that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We
Yeah.
just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like that was just like, it's just one league. Like I just thought it'd be a sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE 2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is, once again, like there's the expectation. Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, you know, like by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned it
So
on
I
the
actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it, and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like the way I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and like, you know, have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's
Yes,
like
my
if I
man.
don't pick up an item, or if I just like don't, you know, over there, I'm going to be completely judged by that. He was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that, because all it's just going to result in is like random those kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that, because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like, you know, having a chat to someone, playing the game, you know, that kind of thing. But he was saying like, you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
People
you know,
can be
that's a bit of
brutal.
a
They can be brutal, dude. So I
right.
was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset when you're testing.
Yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go, like play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well, because he wants to make sure that he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested, because usually in QA, you know, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot. because like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have kind of catastrophic issues, and a lot of them come up and especially more subtle ones, like along like with bosses and things like that, because like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing, and you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth. Okay, 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps. Okay, that was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs, there's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever, they'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right? So
Yeah.
one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it just was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just for whatever reason got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had like there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, there's like, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, type of thing, right? Or, like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think we're gonna have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters in maps the same as
No,
before?
the number of rares is the same. So we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with league mechanics like ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more ritual favor you get? Have you guys thought about that?
Ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like it's just like basically, because the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting. All right. Now, with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to maybe engage with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release because it's something that we kind of can't, I think, justify while we're also trying to make, well, in particular, right, like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities. Okay. Another question a little bit on visual clarity. So environmental clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 0.3.1. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys. I think you and Chris talk about, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. We're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they split. The functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for just a couple of days ago, we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So, like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like, people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together as like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam could be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that, but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really that just comes down to better balance and just improving a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that like there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, was like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like
That's
just
deep.
textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects. Is
Yeah,
that
I'm not
something?
really a fan of that kind of thing, because like I, it, look, I understand the desire for it, but the I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning having there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
Really?
graphics.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So another brief density question here that people have asked about, and I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller,
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
not
It's just not going to be that, right?
it's
Like
just
it's
not.
just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game,
Oh,
or
I
like
don't.
towards the end of the campaign?
I don't
Right.
feel that at all. No,
Right,
no.
right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't
And I think
go
one thing that's
higher than that.
not in the 04 patch notes that was in 031, a lot of map sizes in endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe
Right,
some
right,
people who might have bounced they don't recall that. So I think
right, right,
everything is
right.
scaled a little bit down too.
Mhm.
You mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, "Remove it from the game." The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE 2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, there really is more Mark's domain. But at least the rower, for whatever reason, the rower got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also, I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like, it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like, it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like, I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like, I think it's capable of being balanced. Like, I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like, I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 04.
Yeah. Movement speed's very powerful in PoE 2. So, I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So, okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that
Oh yeah,
since the druids had so much attention,
let's do it.
the druid will end up being a pretty common one in 04.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking at like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context. And like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman. in order to get spirit as a as an animal. But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have, but it kind of like lets you do a it makes that from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid, as an animal, to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was he said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get
Oh wow.
like actually get the damage to a good place, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like, just make sure that there's the options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic like howling when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirit to
in
reserve?
terms of the ones in terms of the ones that come with you, so you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's called the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion.
Okay.
And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more.
Geez.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds. To make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah, yeah, it looks sweet. I mean, the tundra wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm gonna gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrade. So it's kind of cool.
Attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right, we're gonna go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the #2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people...
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video about like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like, okay, really? here's some just viable things that you can make, just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. Yeah, you just need to use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like if it just certainly shouldn't be just a thing where like you don't. Okay, put it this way. You just need to make sure that, like, the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill. Right. Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like, it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those those elements, right? Like just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE 1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like,
sure.
oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe, but there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop, popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get though is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't specking entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and that's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right? So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. In its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. Like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit. This is a type of ignite where like every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take like, you need this unique and you need like a few things. Like to get to the point of you're doing that, it does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we want to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change incinerate to use that system as well. So like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how ignite works because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now. We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
it's probably just. It's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long time ago. Don't even worry about it. No one should really have to worry about it. It's just
just really, really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think I'm thinking the interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack.
Is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. We were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw, that I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game, really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges. And like, so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a Prime for Stun monster. So you can do that sort of, but as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged-based or spellcasting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character throughout the course of a skill animation.
A couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed, and that's what we try to do with our targeting thing. Where like, so for example, if you, I mean, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam, so it's called rolling slam,
Rolling slam. Yep.
where effectively like you can steer it the whole way, and effectively when we talk about moving during while attacking, it's really more about skills like that where you can do like attacks like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right. So that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe, okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
Like as I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely free form movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I realize that I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that. So, it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of
Packaging
like just that thing.
problem?
Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly? And right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to just like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that the upsides are higher on them as well.
They do. Yeah, there's not as many kiss curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
Right. I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah,
As I say, I think there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, like it's just an interesting thing once again to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
Yeah. All right. I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting the druid. So last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and
I
a
mean, I
mace?
wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean,
Mhm.
like the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like, there's generally speaking, you know, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just do get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, you know, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean, what it does look like is, you know, you're trying to find a combo that that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got, you know, things like armor break and charges and random stuff like
Yeah.
that kind of like allow you to sort of, you know, potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. You know, and you kind of will need to be able to, you know, learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, you know, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid Primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have
Right.
infusions baked into them. Is that something you
Right.
guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster
Right.
stuff specifically, like so for the sort set of skills.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like it didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of, you know, we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the sock.
Okay. And touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning
Hmm.
into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received
Hmm.
pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that
Right,
something
right.
you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that
Yeah.
that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So, like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile. So, like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So, generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people are just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think in PoE 2 you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger as like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like if you it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because
Yeah.
the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. And yeah, the durations of things is really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this
Mhm.
interview with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because
Okay.
like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So
Okay.
that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, it's gonna There's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that. So that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though, because can seem trivial, like, oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that. But it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like, it has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. Like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like
You
you
don't
don't.
need
It
it.
absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works, and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
To follow the ups there, have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on. And like, there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE what do you call it, the sorry, the name's fallen out of my head, the thing that you use to make builds,
Path of building.
Path of building, sorry, yes. The path
Okay,
of
I don't
building.
use it
So I mean,
either.
things like path of building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I just like I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding
Maybe
to my
that might be enough
vocabulary.
Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots? Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse, or
So I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the you still have to get the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do. But I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like okay, like I can see this having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
Okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. So one of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats. There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat, in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for
Okay.
that kind of balance. So yeah, but as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well, let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got the sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the like most generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop like that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away, or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, at which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do have different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more, the things get more powerful as you go up. And then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it kind of go a
Yeah,
little
it
bit
should
further?
absolutely be. So I mean, the intention was to scale it into end game, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room
Okay.
thing going on, where they give mods, and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very very hard. The uh, thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max end game juicing. Because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him.
Okay.
So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect. Instead, just like finish the rest of the temple, and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE 2 was their first Exile game. They
Mm-hmm.
saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the
Right.
complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have a
You
good
can
time?
just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things.
Yeah.
Like now you can think about it. You be like you can be thinking on a deeper level of like I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here so like to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well.
Oh,
Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to like to get those UI cues in really well, so it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah, I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this
Right.
stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. You know, it has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your rituals, your deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short
Yeah.
with
So I mean,
Abyss.
Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I
Right.
feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE 2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the in-game stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on, like making sure that, and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas. And things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the end game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push endgame and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the end game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league, so like that's just mandatory. So really, it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch, and it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the end game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the druid, which I really didn't want to do. And there was a point where we were like, could we sacrifice the druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things deep in the pipeline you need to do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like,
Okay.
it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say endgame, okay?
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and they're still ongoing as well. But like it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things.
Mm-hmm.
A big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big like things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Marcus often will say, you know, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could literally spend, he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So you know, that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see
Yeah.
almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting to
It
you?
really is more of a question for Mark, this one.
Oh,
But
okay.
from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, you know, he's the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played? Is the hard part sometimes because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at. Okay, like here's something that isn't played. Why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you. What happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon?
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, you know, we might do a more shapeshifting focused class for a third one. But if we did, it would have to not even say the word shapeshifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shapeshifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shapeshifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shapeshifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like, we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years? Is there a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
It's
I
going to be
mean,
cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. You know, like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But you know, like there's just like, it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy, but yeah, that's something that you know, it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf.
Yeah.
Like there are things like that that we did, but yeah, it's just been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a
Much harder.
particular iteration of the Druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about, that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that just
Yeah,
didn't
so
make
definitely the plant monster. It
the
was
plant?
really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting like like just like feel to it. I mean, it was a similar, it was the same type of creature as Bramblegast. You know, like we're like, you're gonna be what you're gonna be like Bramblegast in terms of like
Okay.
walking around. And it was pretty cool. But as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So
Right.
you know, like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped
I mean,
about.
I was really happy with it, honestly. Like you know, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. I was actually, no, was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class, and I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but
Cool.
at some point I'll probably try to come up with that because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some
Yeah, so you
synergies
can
there.
water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but
Okay.
later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds?
The
People have something to chase after and fight?
the problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment, that like can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. Um, but yeah, ultimately it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher the well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately. So we
Right.
don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and
Oh,
what
right. So
exactly it works?
it's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. Like so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. The boss is resistant to stuff, and honestly, in PoE 1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In PoE 2, we didn't have it. It's been we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand
Right.
with all of the
Lightning rod.
effects, and then the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them. Is there a
Yeah,
way?
we can probably sort that out. Like
Oh, okay.
I agree that that's something that we just need to fix. And actually I actually brought it up
Oh,
like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
yeah.
But I'll see. I'll check out on that how that
Okay,
goes.
cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So, the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign.
Oh,
Mark mentioned this basically where you just had holes in the progression where, and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get,
right.
and to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing because that's something that's been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving
Right.
up. So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially
Well,
seating
what
base
more
life and
mostly
stuff.
is was just that. you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be,
Yeah.
and like that's obviously not right. So like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot,
Okay.
just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days, where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, the passive tree, your skill gems, and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky and they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or get more levels in the passive tree, because it's not as powerful if they don't get that gear drop. So do you have any we talked about this before, do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago, so like the new player, so they know, like I do, oh, well, just go check the shop when you level up, you're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Oh, gamble with the gambler, you're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're there, right? Like it should be relatively clear. Like that one I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good, because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that can kind of be that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one. As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting. I think that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it. And the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map. And so that might be more we'd want to push people towards, because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. And we've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much, like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things.
Mm-hmm.
The last league we had Abyss and we had the bones and that crafting, and we had the special lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a lot of people though to go use resources outside of game, because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You go to PoE2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know. You interact with the UI too much or something? Or
so there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like, I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe, but I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it will still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that doesn't feel wrong. We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really, using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you. But I think the better situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. Like, but look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah, no need for like tutorial, just a resource in game to read, just so people are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember I was so excited when I saw like, oh, the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman. I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without, investigating first. So sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear. Now I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE 2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses again. Now, in PoE 2, Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops in PoE 1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE 2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure.
All right.
When they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have two MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them, map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I'd buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like. Look, it really is case by case, but like I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the, the thing of that. Like it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league. And they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying, with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE 2 campaign, 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine and maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that. Or
Right.
I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content and something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know. Like, there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like, we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath, and Incinerate. Like, I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because like. So in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
Don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly.
Okay.
And there's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go. Because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is going to be so
nothing
busted, and
comes to
then
mind, unfortunately.
then the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay. Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys are you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, in an ideal world, are you looking at grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, working on PoE 1, working on PoE 2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people,
Burnout.
trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it'll be good if like, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, it requires like, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job, but twice,
Right.
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like, they have more bandwidth to do now, or?
We've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with, okay? So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE2.
Yep.
Is there any status on that? Is that still
I
coming?
don't know the status for it, but it still is planned.
Okay.
So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? Is that something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate
So what
keybind
are you
entirely.
suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it. Because some people
Right.
have
Okay.
really fat fingers and
Right.
they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint and bam, they get stunned out of it.
Right.
So
I guess we could do that. Like we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option.
okay.
I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great for people with fat fingers like myself. All right, this
Mhm.
one I know has been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you
Right.
guys want to add
I mean,
eventually?
at some point probably, but
Okay.
unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE2?
I'd actually prefer not because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like I think it really hurts how they look.
Okay.
So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm
Like
not a fan of it personally.
not a fan of it. How about map
Yeah.
modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that
I suppose it's similar where it just
similar
like
because it's
turns
an
into a bit
item?
of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm
Okay.
not a huge fan of.
Okay. All right. For all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build
Um,
out the acolytes
I don't
vids?
have a specific thing there. Probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and just rework chaos generally. Like I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework really, I would say.
Okay. Performance improvements for opening the atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the atlas right now?
That probably, you know, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing
Okay.
personally. But yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so
Yeah.
that is there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time. If or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load. But you also don't want to load them before you open the atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So
Right.
yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday,
Yeah.
guys. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, the slash passives command we have in PoE1 that shows us which passives we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons.
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen because like that's kind of what's showing
Oh,
you like. So for example, like maybe there should be like for example, maybe there should be like a pop down thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something like like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably that I think I'd prefer to just a chat command.
I like that.
Like and that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I gotta be, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True. He's
Yeah,
still
it's
in
the
New
whole
Zealand.
item weight thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's the concern, and it always has been about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash.
Oh.
But like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But you
Oh,
know, like maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and you know, like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but yeah, I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But
Uh,
I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him
you
in the
did?
end, and then he was on board. So
Okay,
yeah,
well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on
yeah.
good terms with that. Okay, now this one. Oh, this one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on
Oh,
console? Yeah, I don't know if
it
that's you
wasn't
or
on my
Sony.
radar.
Maybe.
It wasn't on my radar
Oh,
at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity
Okay.
filtered
I'm
on.
like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like
Oh,
just zero understanding of the situation with this.
yeah. I don't know. People
Yeah.
they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like
Sure.
me.
I mean, well, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them on
Oh,
the.
cool.
That's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because
Right.
those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the like different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that there are all the skills have something for the Druid, like right off the bat this time,
Could
which is something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
could you leak a
So
bear form MTX? Is there like a panda?
unfortunately, not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay. Two more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's Treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting outthere in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to outthere because she was like the very first expansion to PoE1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for outthere. So there was also this whole everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with like the trailer and everything as well. So yeah, that was a big one for sure. So yeah, I think it turned out very well, and we've got like a pretty awesome version of outthere for the that kind of like lives up to what we were to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says outthere communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean, communing with the beast?
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and outthere in the game to find that out. But yeah, you'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that.
Okay.
Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this outthere storyline in the game. I see.
Sure.
Okay. Well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay. Well, you have 4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope I hope there's not as many bugs as people expect in the league.
I'm sure there can be some, but yeah, hopefully we should be right.
Yeah, server's not on fire. Everything good. It's the Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player peak. We'll see.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. What did you guys think about it? I'm afraid I had to close chat at one point. I had to close chat at one point, so that's all I'll say. Did you guys enjoy it? Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I thought that was good. The close out of everything. Chat was freaking me out a little bit. Goodness gracious, guys. What happened during the interview? Wow. Wowee. Huh. All right. Yeah, that was a good chat. I am a little, I don't know. I'm a little different. I know people are probably like, oh my gosh, we're talking about game design stuff. What's going on? Don't talk about game design stuff. Try to do a good mix because it's so interesting to hear the thoughts and what he ended up doing. What they ended up doing. Thanks for the membership, bro. All right. We need a mod here ASAP. Don't we have mods? I think we have mods. Oh my gosh, we had 3,800 live people. Oh my gosh, the YouTube chat is popping off. Holy crap. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I enjoyed hearing a lot of Jonathan's takes. What's the one? Yeah, I thought it was good. I think it went well. I think Jazzrus will be happy. We're going to get to see some real beast at Zeri lore on Friday. It'll be good. All right, people enjoyed it. I see most people enjoyed it. It was good? It was good? Okay. I broke 4K. That is insane. We're at 3,700 on YouTube right now. That's crazy. Thanks for the support, you guys. You guys like it? They called Jazz a madman. I called him a prophet. True, Connor. True. Jazzrus was right. Jazzrus.